You thought it was a stream, but it was me! Ad break! Sorry, had to go get some snacks. I have not eaten since lunchtime. Mm. Abwa! Hello! Welcome, welcome! And thank you for the follow, arrows. Much appreciated. Okay. Gotta see. Okay, yeah, I didn't need to do all that again. Okay. I did play for a little bit last night, and I actually got this field cultivated and was halfway through liming it when the game crashed on me. So, I'm gonna have to redo that, I guess. Cooking your dinner right now? Is it something tasty? Here we go. This is my cultivating tractor. Fried potatoes and sausage. Ooh, that does sound pretty good, actually, yeah. Hello, Kilogram. How you doing? That's annoying. I didn't think I was gonna get any withering. This is actually one of the base game FS25 maps. It is Zielonka. This was originally just my personal little off-stream save file that I did just for fun. And, well, last week I asked if people wanted to see my regular, like my regular game or this one, and I got one reply saying they wanted to see this one. So I started doing it last week, and yeah, I decided to do it again this week as well. I am going to have to cultivate this field all over again because stupid game crashed on me. Rarely see people in this map. See, I love this map when I'm just playing for fun because the main farmyard is right across the street from the store, so I don't have to drive my equipment halfway across the map to get it to where I need to use it. Not particularly, Kilogram. It's not really a place for drama. I despise drama. Well, no offense, but it can be glorious somewhere else, please. Squish, what? Why are you squishing this guy? You're lucky that still falls under just touching, so I don't charge for it. I mean, what? What's new in the world of Sky? I'm making progress on my club. Or at least the infrastructure for the club. I have the Discord server mostly up and running now, and I have a VR chat group for it. And I finally have at least temporary icons and banners for it. So I would show them on stream, but even though nothing is actually shown, they might be a little bit spicy for Twitch. Just from the, you know, suggestiveness. Oh, shoot, right, sorry. Yeah, last time I was streaming, was No Man's Sky. And it was too much for my computer to have both the game and my VTuber running at the same time. So I had to switch to my PNG one, so I disabled all of the redeems that required VNyan to work. There we go. They should be re-enabled now. Yeah, I just didn't want people wasting their points on redeems that weren't gonna do anything, so I turned them off. Okay, so the plan is to turn into a soybean farmer. This field was originally soybeans when I bought it. It is going to become soybeans again. These two are currently canola. Once they're harvested, I will be switching those over to soybeans as well, once the time comes. Also, while I was playing off-stream a little bit, I did manage to buy the third field down there. Here. This one here, which has got oats in it at the moment. So, once that one gets harvested, next time I plant it, it will also be soybeans. Honestly, the only real reason I'm going for soybeans is because they're low effort, honestly. I don't need to fertilize them because soybeans actually put nitrogen back into the soil. And I don't have to worry about, you know, the fact that I'm not getting the maximum money out of them that I can. By which I mean, you know, like something like canola. Yes, I can harvest it and sell it straight away. But I would get more money if I was able to turn it into oil. Which would, you know, it would be bothering me, the fact that I'm not able to do that, so... Instead, I'm just gonna go with soybeans. Because soybeans do not have any production chains associated with them. So I can just harvest and sell without any, what's the word I'm looking for here? Misgivings, perhaps. Regrets, that's the word. I can just harvest and sell it straight away without any regrets. Well, not straight away, but when I have the... Well, hello, Retro, how you doing? Meow, meow. And it's Lydian as well. Hello, hello. Mm. I'm doing pretty good, yes. Unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, was unable to dance at Utopia last night, but apparently it turned out that the dance event didn't happen, um, properly anyway, because, VRC was gay last night, and everybody was having fucking connection issues. So they ended up switching over to a social event anyway. I'm wondering what are your Thursday night schedules are like. I mean, you know, technically I have Utopia on Thursday nights. Although I don't need to go every Thursday. And I have, in fact, lubricated the throat, car girl. Thank you very much. Meow. That's a lot of, what the heck is that? Is that Growlithe? Or just something similar? Just trying to get streak. Wow. Imagine not sticking around to keep me company. So sad. I joke, I joke. The one thing that really annoys me about this particular tractor is for some reason with this one, the button that I have set up on my joystick in order to lock onto these lines doesn't work. I have to use the keyboard shortcut. Hoping to go to Owotopia on Thursday night coming up. That's why I got a weekend off work. I'm assuming by that you mean Utopia. I just want to double check, because for all I know, somebody could have decided to use that name for a club. I've seen some pretty strange names for things over the years. It would not surprise me at all if somebody actually used a name like that for something. Boop, boop, boop. I mean, depending on... Oh, yeah. I'm fully expecting it, or something similar. But yeah, no, I mean, I guess it really depends on, what I feel like come Thursday. Last night I I came home from work and I was doing some avatar work to have some stuff ready for Utopia. And I started to develop a headache, so I had to actually call out because I wasn't going to be going in VR with a headache. And then the whole thing collapsed anyway because VR chat was having issues, and they ended up just switching to a social event. So boop 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 boop. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I like this little tractor, but this is like literally the only thing it's going to be used for on this farm. Because it is slow AF. Like, I'm pretty sure at this point I'm actually being... I'm pretty sure I've actually hit the tractor's max speed, not the implement. I think if I had a different tractor attached to this, it could actually go faster. But, you know, I wanted something to be able to use this tractor for, and cultivating is something you only have to do once a year, so... Cultivating it is. It's also something that you can get away with using a tracked vehicle like this on the field, because there's no crops in place to destroy with the tracks. But yes, what you were saying in DMs earlier to Lydian about the whole bot thing. Back when Tori first announced that they were going to have that bot in their server, I did go and look it up. And yeah, it actually requires a monthly subscription. It's not a huge amount of money per month, but it requires a monthly subscription that increases based on the number of people in the server. Not even the number of people that are actually like doing the verification through the bot, just the number of people in the server. And if memory serves, there's at least one thing that I think it cannot do that the free one I found can do, and that is to change the person's nickname in the server to match their VRChat account name. Which is a feature that I find extremely useful for something like a club setting, where we may at some point have benefits for boosters and possibly a Patreon and stuff as well. It makes it a lot easier for security staff at an event to check if the person in front of them actually qualifies for the benefit in question. Because then they can just go look on the Discord server and say, oh yes, you have VIP, okay. You know, or oh yes, you're a Patreon supporter at whatever tier. So you're allowed, you know, whatever it is that it ends up being. Most clubs it's hard to do that because people's Discord names hardly ever match their whatchamacallit, their VRChat name. I mean, there's ways around it, like, I'm pretty sure Zenith has like a separate announcement channel for the Patreon and VIP pings, so that they can ping them for their early access without other people being able to see the ping and, you know, jump in. That's actually something I need to suggest to Thicky for Utopia, actually. Because at the moment in Utopia, they just put out the VIP ping in the regular announcement channel, which means everybody sees that the world is open for VIP, which means, you know, if the person on the host account is not checking properly, they're not on the ball about who actually is a VIP or not, non-VIPs end up getting in early. Hypothetically, everyone exactly. See, this is the issue with Utopia's system, because everybody can see the ping to let the VIPs know that the world is open. Anybody can just go and request, and if the host account, person on the host account, has no idea who's actually a VIP or not, you know, like I said, the Zenith solution, having a separate announcement channel that only the VIPs can see, is a way to do that if you're using a host account. Whereas my club, I plan to have it as group instances, so there won't actually be a host account. Instead, what we're doing is we're basically going to have it like an actual real-life club where you spawn in and you're outside the building, and there's a marked lineup area that you have to join. And then when you get to the front, the bouncer will check and let you in, because the doors will have a collider on them to, you know, the doors will be locked, and only staff will be able to open them to let people in. Oh, shoot. That was way too close to the edge. What was I thinking? But yeah, because that's the way it's going to be done, it is a lot easier for the people playing the role of the bouncer if they can just look at the person's name in VR chat, look at the Discord server on their overlay, and be like, oh hey, you're yes, you are a VIP. Okay, you get to come in early, kind of thing, you know? Hello, Jess. How you doing? And hello, Aurora. How are you? And yes, it is literal farming. Yes, not not 7 days farming. Farming in latex again? Yeah, well, I do everything in latex, Jess. You should know this by now. I mean, that's why I had them change the title on my poster. Mhm. Oh yeah, Jess, that was a thing. I don't know if you heard what I was just talking to the Lydian about. Um, the the issues with the early access for the VIPs. Yeah, so most most clubs they have it set up so like VIPs, Patreons, whatever, can get into the event early, right? Yeah. Um, the issue with Utopia's thing is they make that announcement in the regular announcement channel where everybody can see it. Like, yes, they don't get the actual ping unless they're Pogger people, as Thick decided to call the role. But they can still be, checking the channel and see that the ping has gone out, and then send a request. Um, and, you know, if the host doesn't have any way to distinguish who is actually, a VIP or whatever, then, you know, I did in fact notice at least one of the lewd dance events where I saw people getting let in or getting let into the world on the VIP ping that I knew were not VIP. That was quite a while ago, but it is an issue. And I was just saying to Deledian, like, I'm pretty sure the way Zenith handles it is they have a separate announcement channel for the VIP pings that only the VIP people in the server can see. So they can send out the VIP ping without anybody else, being able to see it and know that they have yeah. And see, that's the thing. I reckon we should well, we don't have Patreon, we just have the server boosters. So I think what we should do is going forward, we should probably do the quote-unquote pogger people ping in the booster channel, not the regular announcement channel. And at the same time, I'm considering whether we should actually stop announcing when the early access is, like in the announcements, because you know that's another thing is people could just wait until the appropriate time and like, okay, well, the world should be open for boosters now, I'll just send a request. I mean, obviously we can still let it be known that VIP gets early access, just not advertise when it actually is. Yes, Sky's splooge tank is empty. She needs to go recharge. This is why I don't usually splooge. Why did I come down here? The lime's back at the farm. Jeez. This is why I don't usually splooge for clients. Oh, well, I guess that's all of it. I'm gonna need more. To be fair, I don't know it's making that much of an issue. Unless our host try to keep track of that. Well, yeah. But like I was saying to Deledian earlier, it can be hard to keep track of when people's names can be completely different between Discord and VR chat. Like, if they have a completely different name in VR chat from what they do in Discord, it can be hard to tell if they are actually VIP or not. To be fair, I think we've gotten extremely lucky, honestly, with the fact that most, if not all, of the people that actually have VIP in Utopia, their Discord name is close enough to their VR chat name that we can actually, recognize it. But that's not necessarily always going to be the case. Which is why, as I was saying to Deledian, I like the fact that the bot that I'm going to be using for ID verification in my club has the ability to change the person's server nickname to match their VR chat name. Okay. Honestly, I should probably lime the oat field as well. Although... I've gotten most of a Discord server up and running. Um, I don't have anybody else in there at the moment. I'm still haven't fully set it up to make sure everything's working the way I want it. But I have that, and I have a VR chat group set up so that, you know, to make sure I got the name that I wanted for it. Let me just double check, make sure that's not fucking killing the crops or something. Which, you know, IRL it probably would. Okay, good, it's still there. Yeah, so... Yeah, so I have the group, I have the server, probably about 75% done, I think. I'm about at the point where I'm probably going to start getting a few people in just to help me check over the server, make sure I didn't miss anything. And, you know, courtesy of, well, Deledian and Skyfer, I actually have some at least temporary icon and banner images for things. So you gave me the link to the world that I used to make the images that Skyfer then took and edited to create the, well, the one that I'm using as the icon for at the moment. I'm gonna have to speak to him about getting a banner version as well, something that's specifically tailored to be visible for the VR chat banners, because they are kind of awkward in their requirements, honestly. If you want it to be properly visible on somebody's nameplate. Mm. Ah, shoot, I'm gonna have to buy more lime, aren't I? That's annoying. At least I have the money for it, though. Lime's cheap. Lime's cheap, so it'll be fine. Although I'm not 100% happy with the current banner image. So I may go try and do something a bit better once once I can come up with something, honestly. Okay, I'm gonna go get some more lime, and then I'll come back and do the rest of that field. Whoop. I mean, I can't, I can't really show you on Twitch, but I can post it in my Discord server. Where will I put it? I'm gonna put it in... I know you're both in the server. Let's see. You know, I'm just gonna put it in random media because I don't consider it really lewd, but it's suggestive enough that I don't want to show it on Twitch. Let's put it that way. Oh, there we go. You need to go experiment with VR chat at some point. Yes. Come to clubs that I dance at. Oh, you see a shadow of the Lydian. But it's a shadow that is suggestive enough that I didn't want to show it on Twitch, hence why I just posted it in the Discord. Yeah, that's the one that I'm using as the icon for the server at the moment. I actually managed to position it. I actually managed to position it to the point where it the words and the first silhouette are visible on the icon. Did I think I went and uploaded that one for the uh the group icon as well, I think. That one. Oh no, I haven't yet. Okay. That's still using the old single. No, I can go and do that now. Paint group icon. I don't know if it'll fit on the icon thing. Oh, yeah, I can. Oh, yes, I can. There we go. Oop. Oh, shoot. Think it. Uh. There we go. Oop, okay. Who's Oh, it's tomorrow, Saturday. Okay, yeah, never mind. I won't be able to make it anyway because I will be at work. Hence why I have not been going to the EU events for several months, because my schedule has changed so that I am now working on Saturdays, which is very annoying. Because it used to be the EU was the one that I could get to most reliably because I had the day off. And NA was kind of hit or miss because the event started not long after I got home from work, and some days I would just be way too exhausted to want to dance. Whereas now, I'm literally working during EU, which means NA is the only one that I can manage to get to. Which means if I'm too exhausted to dance NA, then I just don't manage to get to a Utopia event that week. Also, in answer to one of your earlier questions in DMs, Deledian, I have no idea what's happening with Crimson Moon. But Zenith does seem to be having something of a, at least slight revival for the NA LT, the NA Ludi Tuesday. We have, in fact, actually managed to hold the event for the last two or 3 weeks or something, I think. Like, we actually got enough dancers signed up to actually hold the event, even if we didn't get a huge number of guests. It was still, you know, it was still good fun. Well, not that we would have wanted a huge number of guests, considering, you know, we had barely enough dancers to actually hold the event. Like, we had, like, the bare minimum of 5 or whatever. Shoot. Oh, shoot, it's still March. Okay, yeah. I did all that. Well, I mean, I guess it's a good thing, because I got the oat field limed before it actually sprouted. Unfortunately, the last couple of weeks it was, although we did, a number of our dancers did actually express displeasure with having to use such a large map when there's so few of us. And Sarah did say that we could use a smaller map, but I'm not sure what the layout of that map is actually like, so I'll just have to wait and see this coming week. Assuming we actually manage to hold the event this week. You know, it was funny. After the event last week, I noticed I got a ping in the Zenith Discord server, and I went to look at it, and it was Ember, Princess Ember, our well, she usually fills the role of dance captain for the NA events. I think she's actually like the one in charge of NA now from a dancer side of things. I think like her and Ezzy have basically been put in charge of NA to try and revive it. But yeah, I got a ping, and it was her responding to a message in a team suggestion channel that I had written, talking about how, you know, I felt that the map was like they had gone in the wrong direction, making the map bigger and focusing too much on like always having dancers on the stage, which puts them too far away from the guests to really, you know, have the kind of effect that we should be looking for an event named Ludi Tuesday, you know? And, you know, a handful of stuff like that that I mentioned in there. And yeah, it was basically, Ember was replying to that and pinging Sarah to basically say, yeah, I agree with this. The problem was, I actually wrote that message back on the previous map, the one with that big round stage near the wall, you know, the like clubhouse or whatever they called it, where it had that one big round stage. And yeah, I considered that to be, you know, the increase in size from the pit map up to that to be the wrong direction. A year ago. And since then, Sarah has gone and made an even bigger map that puts the guests even further away from the dancers when the dancers are on stage. So it's like, I honestly, I have no idea what the fuck that woman is thinking. It's like, if you want the club to focus on fucking go-go dancing or something, just fucking say that. Don't keep trying to pass it off as a lap dance club if you're not interested in actually being a lap dance club, you know? Oh, no, I don't want meat. I don't want meat. Oh shit, I can't do soybeans with this. Ah, fuck, I need a planter. God damn it, I forgot about that. Shoot. Okay. It'll be time to, might need to, get another loan, maybe. I could afford this one, but that's gonna take a hell of a long time to plant. What's the speed on it? 10 kilometers per hour. Yeah, that's... I mean, it matches the old school aesthetic, but it's very tiny. Brave you to assume they were thinking. You know, that's fair. Honestly, I don't think Sarah really knows what she wants to do with the map or anything like that. What are you? You are 4.5 meters. More than double the other one. Is there any cedars that can do soybeans? I don't think so. Yeah, no, there's some planters that can do canola, but I think that's the only time they have any kind of crossover. Oh. Yeah. Meow. Hello, Marcus. Thank you for the headpats. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Should we stick with the old school aesthetic and take the one that's going to take forever to plant this field, or should we take out a loan and get something a bit bigger? Because I am going to be doing soybeans, damn it. Actually, hold on. I mean, I could just go with canola, I suppose. I won't be able to plant it now if I do, but canola would let me use my current seeder, which has a 14-meter spread on it at 18 kilometers an hour, so I can plant fast as fuck, boy. Just check here. The next planting for canola is in August. I would have to... No, I wouldn't have to leave the fields fallow, actually. I could plant oats. And they would harvest at the beginning of August. And then I could do canola. What is canola again? Canola is... I'm not sure what they call it in Europe, to be honest. Or, well, I guess it's different from country to country. I'm not sure what they call it in the Germanic languages. Oh shoot, there's an ad. Dang it. Okay, you know what? We're changing plans. You got an advert, yay! And it's so... Wow, okay. Well, at least you got one. That's better than it has been. Also, I am changing plans. We're going to put oats in here for the time being. And I guess we're gonna pivot. We're not gonna be a soybean farm, we're gonna be a canola farm. At least until I can get a planter, I guess. Sure guys know that issue. I only set time for 30 minutes, so it goes up in 30 seconds. Wraps? Is that what they call it? Yeah, I know I don't want to actually say it on Twitch, but I know the English name, like what they used to call it when I lived in England, was oilseed RAPE. I don't want to actually say that word on Twitch though, because it'll probably get me, you know, bonked. But that was what they called it when I lived in England. But the more generic name for it is canola in English. But yeah, it's generally used to make oils, like cooking oils and stuff. Well, but yeah. So yeah, that's the new plan. We're putting oats in here for the moment, and then come August we'll be putting canola. Putting canola in here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, oil, biofuel, all that kind of stuff. Yep. Femboy spotted? Where did you spot a femboy? Are you talking about Marcus? So I need to double check my my ad revenue for last week's stream and see if there's any changes to it. Yeah, because I did go and look at my ad revenue the other day for the last couple of weeks or so, and it is way down. So it's definitely been, and Twitch has definitely been not showing ads on my channel. I'm just not entirely sure why. You may have noticed that I did in fact remove the 18 plus from my stream titles, just in case that was an issue. Like maybe they have a algorithm set up where if they see that in your stream title, they just automatically switch you over to the whatever particular ad program they have for advertisers that are fine with having their stuff shown on more mature streams. You know what I mean? So yeah, basically it's my two ideas at the moment is either it was because I had that 18 plus in my titles, or it's just literally because of the kind of stuff that I talk about during stream. In which case, there's not an awful lot I can do about it if it's that second one. Which is why I removed the 18 plus from the title to see if that will affect the ad revenue. I will have to wait a while to find out though, because I did have that 18 plus in my title for a while before I started to notice the dip in ads. So if that was what was causing it, then it clearly took a while for whatever algorithm it was to take effect. Which means it might take a while for it to untake effects, or you know what I mean. It might take a while to reverse it if that is in fact what was causing it. But again, if it's just because of like the kind of stuff that gets talked about in the stream, then there's really not much I can do about it. Okay. So, hey, look, I only asked Deledian if you were who he was talking about because honestly, I couldn't see anybody else in that it could have been. Nobody who's actually said anything in chat, at any rate. Mhm. Okay. Let's see if there's any decent contracts available. Mm. You're tired and remembered that Gemini has Marcus in their Discord name? Oh, okay. I get it. So it's a mistaken identity thing. Okay. Have a good night, Deledian. You know, I'm gonna do this one. It's like 10,000. Well, a little bit less than 10,000 if I borrow the equipment, but I don't really want to do that big of a field with my piddly little weeder unless it's, you know, actually my field. Although, actually, let's see, how big is that particular weeder? So it's this one. 12 meters. Yeah, so it's like twice the width of my one at the same speed. Yeah. She reused many ads. Uh, Alright. This is a little Kubota tractor. I think it is. Yeah, little Kubota tractor. I find it strange that this little patch of land here is its own separate entity. It's not actually part of this field. We actually have to buy this little patch of land separate with basically just this scrub and trees and this little hut. I mean, I kind of get what it's all about. The idea is, like, you know, you can buy it and then put, like, a production or something on it right next to your farm, I guess, but still. Okay, why is it showing the contract already 91% complete? I haven't even made it to the field yet. What the hell? I think something's going... I think something's gone cuckoo with, Farm Sim. Let me just check here. Can I actually... Come on. See the status of this field. It is showing a bunch of weeds in there still. Interesting. You're just the best farmer, weeding a plot before you even made it. That's impressive. I mean, you know, I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but... Okay, it is pulling up the weeds. Yeah, I think that's just a visual glitch in the contract progress up there. Let me just check. Just checking this screen. Oh, this one's still showing as well. Now it's up to 92. What the hell? Well, whatever. I'll just do the weeding and hope that it actually completes at some point. Too many others willing to toot your horn for you instead. Why? I mean, they're gonna have to pay for that. Wait, I mean, oh. They don't get to do anything with my horn for free. I mean, what? Mm-mm. Yeah, see, it's jumped up to 92 now, so... Boop. Mm-hmm. Except there's a lot of people who, there's a lot of people who still view that kind of thing as being, a bad thing for some reason. Despite the fact that, you know, it's like literally, if not the oldest, at least the second oldest profession in human history. Mm-mm. Neither, Marcus, neither. Option number 4. Mm. No, see, all of the above would be option E, because there was one more option as well before that. The downstairs horn. Not that any of my clients so far have wanted to do anything with that. They're much more interested in the other. Yes, the thing that sticks up down there. The downstairs horn. I literally just did it on the spot because it, you know, it's not really something I've heard used as a description for it before either, but, you know, it fit with the conversation, so I went with it. But, as I said, well, actually, so far all of my clients have not been interested in playing with the horn. They prefer tacos. And now I'm mixing metaphors. uh... Mm. And yeah, I don't think we've ever brought that talked about that. Mostly because I tend to view you as, you know, wholesome Jess. But well, sure. Like I know you have a boyfriend, but like, are you like curious about the other side of things as well, or are you just happy with, you know, boys? The Taco Time version of the Contrap, no, it's good. Oh yeah, I remember that conversation. Yeah, you were lamenting the fact that you didn't have a Taco Bell to get a Crunch Wrap, and we're like, well, you know, Taco Time probably has something similar. They just call it something different because, you know, trademarks. Like so many people are Chipotle burrito. Eh. I don't know. I'm honestly more of a basic bitch when it comes to my food, to be honest. I get regular beef tacos, and that's about all I get from taco time, usually. The El Cruncho, I think. Okay. Might be a little bit curious, but you don't know. That's fair. I mean, I know a lot of mm, any actual genuine Mexican burrito. Fair. But yeah, like I know a lot of people actually consider it at times. They're like, you know, I might be interested in, you know, my my sex, you know, like people of the same with the same equipment as me. Um, I know a lot of them don't bother even, you know, trying anything. Like they just think, maybe I am, but I'm not going to bother trying to find out. I'm just going to stick with the opposite sex. Um, but the one thing I did hear is that generally speaking, at least when it comes to women, men I think are probably different. But at least when it comes to women, I've heard that those who do tend to experiment, um, a lot of the time, they will actually, like, things will actually be going in that direction, and they think that maybe they are, you know, lesbian or at least bi or whatever. But from what I hear, it can kind of be like a false positive. Like the the way I heard it described basically boiled down to the idea that um, essentially women, well, human brains in general, both male and female, seem to be kind of hardwired to find the female form attractive. So like that's why like a girl can look at another girl and be like, "Oh, she's pretty," you know, because they can even just subconsciously they can feel like that little bit of attraction to the person. Um, from what I understand, those who do actually experiment with it, it can, like I said, it can kind of give a false positive at first you're just when they're just doing like you know, the more publicly acceptable stuff, you know, kissing or whatever. And even once they get to like the point of, you know, fooling around with the upper part, if you will, because you know, apparently even women like boobies. But from what I understand, basically the key deciding factor is the downstairs stuff. I've heard like that a lot of women they'll be experimenting with it. They're enjoying themselves. They think they're, you know, they really might be into other women, but then as soon as they come, you know, face to face, as it were, with the downstairs bit, they realize, oh, I'm actually not really into this at all, kind of thing. You know what I mean? And the reason I say I think it's a bit different for men is because. Okay, have a good one, Marcus. Thank you for stopping by. The reason I say I think it's a bit different for men is because generally men don't tend to look at other men and have that kind of like gut subconscious reaction of, you know, whether they find them attractive or not. Like men tend to look at other men and just be like, yeah, it's a dude, whatever. You know, they don't. It's like I said. I think both, for some weird reason, both sexes are hardwired to find the female form attractive. But for some reason, for the most part, only, well, I can't say only women find men attractive, but most men don't find other men attractive, you know? So it's like, oh, hey, I finished. Okay. It's like, for the most part, if you're a guy and you find yourself finding another guy attractive, it's probably not like, you know, you're probably not going to run into the same kind of issue that women do with it, you know. Like, I know personally for a fact, like myself, back when I still considered myself, you know, a guy, just a, you know, just a dude. Um, when I started to actually, well, I mean, honestly, for me, it was porn. I started to notice I was paying much more attention to the male actors than I had previously, and came to the conclusion that I might actually be bi. Um, and like when I did have the opportunity to experiment and test it out and find out for sure, I had absolutely zero issues. And it was actually quite uh, exciting and fun. um, but yeah. Oop. Okay. Doom, 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 doom. I think it's just two for. Oh, like the actual the gay porn. Yeah, I agree. A lot of the time, the acting is kind of forced, honestly. Although that does seem to be an issue with porn in general, honestly. Like a lot of it just feels very, very fake and staged. Just how that industry is. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Oh shoot, yes, I put oats in there, so I'm going to need fertilizer. I am probably going to have to get a modern tractor at some point, specifically for doing the fertilizer, so I can put the sensors on it for the nitrogen. Because these These old school tractors don't even have a front 3-point hitch that I can put the separate sensor on to do it that way. At least newer stuff is more just have a terrible script and awful moans. Yeah, yeah. That one video turned into a meme where the girl in the kitchen was like, seriously? Right in front of my salad? Enjoyed the lifeguard bathtub. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to the porn, honestly, I tend to enjoy the stuff that I actually like would want to participate in myself, you know. So lots of stuff with multiple people. Let's put it that way. Let's just say I'm a little disappointed that so far none of my clients have asked to bring any of their friends with them. Only about $5 per person. Although, to be fair, I can kind of understand it. I mean, it... it, I mean, they kind of have to be into that kind of stuff themselves, like both them and their friends, in order to want to do that in the first place. So I can understand why nobody has really inquired about it as of yet. Okay. There goes the last of the fertilizer. Gotta go get some more. Uh. Ba, 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 ba. And of course, I'm also, you know, perfectly fine if they have like, you know, a female friend that they want to bring in order for to get some extra pampering kind of thing. Like if they want me and their female friend on them kind of thing, you know. I'm, ooh, excuse me, I'm also fine with that. uh, well, like I said, it does take a certain mindset. I mean, quite frankly, most guys are very insecure about having another guy present during that kind of thing. Meow. Hmm. I might end up trading this fertilizer spreader for something with a bit more capacity, honestly. It goes down an awful lot faster than the seed does. I need to get back to doing streams on my other site as well. I really do. No, 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 no. It was a tail view. Okay, have a good one, Estrella. Thank you for stopping by. Mm, it's yeah, it's understandable. It happens to the best of us. But that particular due to Twitch rules, that particular camera angle is purely there for a view of the tail. It has no other purpose. I do have to ask Retro, do you actually have a VR headset at all, or were you just planning to check out VR chat in desktop mode? You have a headset? Mostly use it for some zombie games though? I see, I see. Which headset do you have? I'm assuming it's probably an older one. Quest 2. Okay. Well, not too old then. Yeah, I actually had a Quest 2 up until I think about a year ago. Um, yeah, it was up until about a year ago. I had a Quest 2 that I used for dancing, so I'd have the wireless. I didn't have to worry about tripping over a stupid wire while I was dancing. And then I had my index that I used when I was just kind of chilling, hanging out, playing other VR games that didn't require as much leg movement, you know. Although, to clarify, the only reason VR chat requires quite a bit of leg movement for me is because I'm a dancer and I have the full body tracking and stuff. Okay. Nitrogen's decent. pH is as good as I'm gonna get it. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, up until about a year ago, that was my setup. I had the quest for dancing and the index for everything else. Um, and then my Quest 2 died on me, so I ended up upgrading to a Quest 3. And honestly, so this is something people don't tend to talk about very much. Like, you'll hear people dunk on the Quest for like the microphone quality and stuff, and if you're using it in standalone mode, not as a like not as just a screen for PC VR, but actually standalone. Um, it the graphics quality is pretty bad, honestly. Um, but that's just like the rendering stuff. That's the processing problems. The lenses themselves, like the screens themselves, are actually capable of really good resolution. Like, when I was regularly switching between the Quest 2 and the Index, Index is regarded as a really good headset. People will praise the Index. Quite frankly, even the Quest 2 has better resolution, better visual resolution than the Index if you're using it for PC VR, where all of that, image processing is done on your computer and then just transmitted to the Quest. It it has better, it has higher resolution than the Index. Um, the Index does have a very good audio system. Like, both the speakers and the microphone is very good on the Index. But yeah, frankly, the visual resolution didn't even really match up to the Quest 2, and the Quest 3 is even better. So like back when I was running Quest 2 and Index, I was very tempted just to switch over to the Quest 2 and just use that full time. Pretty much the only reason I didn't was because of how bulky and heavy the Quest 2 was. And it didn't really have good counterbalance to make it feel more comfortable. As much as the Index was bulky and heavy as well, it had some counterbalance to it, so it felt a lot more comfortable to wear, like, long term. Um, yeah, no, the so yeah, once I got the Quest 3 after my 2 died, I started spending a lot more time just using the quest rather than the index. And then one day, the tightening mechanism on the index strap broke. One side of it, the plastic casing, just kind of broke and the springs popped out. And it's like, you know, technically the second time that's happened to me with this index. Except this time I didn't bother ordering a replacement part. I just switched to using my Quest 3 full-time. Shame that 2 only has like 3-ish hours of life at a time. That's better than the Quest 3, frankly. Quest 3 has a reduced battery life because it uses more power than the Quest 2 did. But if you're at all interested, I still use the index controllers, yes. And that's mostly because a lot of the time when I'm dancing, I will do moves that put my hands in positions where the Quest controllers would lose tracking. So I prefer to use the index knuckles because of the lighthouse tracking. What full body do I have? I use a mixture of the Vive trackers and Tundra trackers. When I first got my index, I also picked up 3 Vive trackers for the basic full body. And then once I got into dancing, I wanted to get knee and elbow trackers as well. And rather than go and order another 4 Vive trackers, I actually got lucky in that right at the time I was deciding that I wanted those extra trackers, was right around the time that Tundra did their second or third general release for their trackers. Before they had gotten their production streamlined and were just able to offer them, you know, continuously. This is back when they would do them in batches. And you would put in an order, and it was essentially like a pre-order. You know, you put the order in, and then they would manufacture however many they needed to fulfill the orders that they had. So I think I caught like the second or third one of those, I think. And I managed to get the bundle that had four Tundra trackers and the little super dongle for them. Ba-ba. But yeah, like, so they're saying about the differences between them. I know, excuse me. I know a lot of people will actually dunk on the Quest mic and just the Quest audio system in general, but quite frankly, I never had any issues with it. Um, not with the 2, and even less so with the 3. So I honestly have no idea why people keep saying that the Quest audio system is so terrible, apparently, because yeah, I never had any issues with it. A long while until I can even consider getting full body. I like hearing about the options I have. Yeah. I mean, if you're not wanting to do anything that requires a great deal of precision, like dancing, um, you might want to just consider one of the cheap IMU options, like slime trackers or something similar. Because, quite frankly, the lighthouse-based systems like the Vive and Tundras are going to be quite expensive to get started because you need the lighthouses as well. And assuming you actually manage to get the lighthouses through Steam when they if they ever get them back in stock on Steam, you're looking at like $200 per lighthouse, and ideally you want to have at least 2. So, yeah. And then I think each individual Vive tracker is like $160, I think. Directly from the Vive website. The Vive Canada website, I should specify, I mean, yeah. Well, we're both Canadian, so I assume that you know that I was talking about the Canadian versions, but, you know, yeah. But yeah. So, lighthouse-based tracking can be pretty expensive. The only reason, really, that I went that route in the beginning was because I was already getting the index kit, which came with 2 lighthouses in it. So I was like, well, I already have the lighthouses, I might as well just go with the lighthouse-based tracking because it's got better accuracy, you know. Didn't know there were separate sites. Yeah, so um the so the whole lighthouse VR tracking system was a collaborative effort between Valve and Vive. They worked on it together. The only the only part of it Valve really had any interest in was the lighthouses themselves for tracking the index and the knuckles. And I guess they basically came up with a deal. They like divided it up between them. So like Valve wanted the lighthouses to track their new headset, and Vive took the same technology. They made their own headset, but they also made full body trackers as well, which Valve never bothered getting into that side of things. They just wanted the lighthouses for their headset and their controllers, and that was basically it. So technically, when they have them available, you can buy the lighthouses on Steam directly in their VR hardware section. Unfortunately, when I went on there the other day to check for them, they were out of stock. The Vive website, the Vive Canada, well, they have regional websites for different areas. The Vive website will sell the lighthouses, it will sell the trackers, and it will sell their own headsets. Again, last time I checked, a couple days ago, they were also out of the lighthouses. Oh, hello, Skyfer. How you doing? Hmm. I like this mod that gives you the provides you with like the fertilizer and stuff for these contracts because you get to keep the excess. It's a nice way to get free fertilizer for your farm. Just came back from having dinner with friends. Nice. Oh, edge break. Burger. Oh my goodness. Hello, Tilly. How you doing? You sleepy? I see, I see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be getting sleepy here pretty soon myself, honestly. It is almost 8:30. I've been up since 4 a.m. with only a couple hours of nap. So, I mean, I had like 4 hours of sleep last night, but since 4 a.m. this morning, I only had a couple hours nap. Mm. Is this the field, right? Yes, okay. Good. Wait, you mean mods aren't exempt from ads? What the heck? What the heck? You had ads for 2 minutes? Awesome! Maybe it was just having that 18 plus on the beginning of my title that was doing it. I'm gonna have to well, I'll have to wait a couple of days before I can check today's ones, but I will have to do another ad revenue comparison in the near future to see if I've had an uptick since I stopped putting that in my title. Wait, because you remember all those times, like, over the last little while where, you know, people were saying, like, oh, they weren't actually getting ads, or they would get, like, a single ad that lasted, you know, a few seconds, and then they would get brought straight back in, kind of thing. And it was like, yeah, it's gonna play havoc with my ad revenue. I was kind of concerned that it might have been purely because of the kind of stuff that I tend to talk about on stream. But then I stopped and considered and thought, well, maybe it's just because I put that, like, 18 plus thing at the beginning of my title. Maybe Twitch has, like, some kind of algorithm where if it sees that, like, 18 plus kind of thing added to a title, it will just automatically switch advertiser lists, if you will. Like, the gay porn chat didn't stop the 3-minute ad icon. Good to know, good to know. Apparently gay porn is a safe subject matter to talk about, I guess. Yeah, so basically, essentially the way I imagine it goes down is Twitch will have essentially two lists of advertisers. Those who are comfortable with their ads appearing on more mature streams, and those who are not. And basically, I think what was happening was because I had that 18 plus thing put in my title, the algorithm switched my ads over to the list that was comfortable with mature stuff. And that is going to be a much smaller list of advertisers, a much smaller list of ads, which means they're not going to have as much stuff that they can run during the ad segments on my streams. Hence why people were getting little or no ads, and I was getting little or no ad revenue. But if it's as simple as removing that 18 plus from the title in my stream, then heck yeah. Great. I can actually start making money again with Twitch. Okay, do I want to do any more contracts? I don't think so, unless there's something really good here. I mean, that looks really good, actually. Except now it's... Oh no, it's not gone. It's also a really nice sewing one there. That would get me some extra seed, but I don't really need extra seed at the moment. Oh, hello. Ooh. At least cost is 1,000. Eating. How much money do I have? 22 says. You know, that's probably enough to see me through until harvest, honestly. Let's see, I got one field of oat will be harvested in July, and then... Oh, and my canola in July as well. And then the second oat field will be harvested in August. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna... Before I do that, I'm gonna check the sale, see if there's anything in here that I might want. This thing... This thing would be quite handy if I actually had the other equipment to go with it. So this thing, you actually, it's designed to set up under a grain bin, like one of the ones that dumps out the bottom. You basically, you put that under there, you fill it up with a treatment solution, and then grain goes in this end, and seeds come out this end, so that you can refill your seeders and stuff. Which, you know, is actually quite handy, because then you don't have to buy seeds ever again. But it does mean you need to put aside a part of your crop to turn into seeds. Header, New Holland's TX32. Is that the one I think it is? Yes, it's my other mod one. I mean, that is actually an upgrade. It's slower, but it has a much larger capacity. 5,600 liters compared to 3,500. Oh, I could just save for this thing. Still maintains the old school aesthetic, but can go up to 10,000 liter capacity on it. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I'll keep using the little Massey for this year, I think. And there wasn't really anything in, I mean, maybe the Bobcat. I don't particularly have any real use for it at the moment, though. What about... Ba, 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 ba. What tools are available for it? Obviously all this stuff. What? Why the heck you make me... Why you make me wet? Dang it, Laurel. 100 liters. Hmm. Is a Laurel. How you doing, Laurel? Mm, tired but doing alright? Understandable. I mean, skid steer is a useful thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do with it, and you get the right attachments. But... What?
You
Oh,
getting sprayed as I got in here. Winter 499 laugh. Winter 499 laugh. Hello Sky. Hope you're doing well. XX specs cozy exo pink heart.
I am doing quite well, Rosie. Thank you, and welcome in. Mm. Thing is, I actually think I would prefer, as much as I might like the Bobcat brand, I think I would probably prefer the. No, it wasn't that one. It was this one. Yes, the Tele Truck. That one. That one is good. I like that one. I'm using that one on my other save file, and it's very nice actually. Yeah, no, nothing in the sales that I'm at all interested in at the moment, so I don't need to rush to do a bunch of contracts to try and make money. I think I'll just call it a day. A job interview yesterday and today, and also just club and regular work things. Happy birthday, by the way. Birthday? What? Freaking my birthday was months ago. Ah! Did not mean to click out of the game. Skyfer, what the heck? What the heck? There can build on train design in Minecraft? Okay, you have fun. Why did I do that? That's not the button I wanted to do. Rock removal. Sowing, spraying, weeding, transport, yeah, no. Preparing a gift for Sky, but it's not because of her birthday. What? What are you up to, Skyfer? What the heck are you up to? Yeah, you know what? I don't really need to do anything this month either, I don't think. Yeah. I mean, unless I wanted to grab enough money to get a olive harvester for cheap, but not really. What now? You can't just come into my chat and say something like that and then not expound upon it. Okay. Ooh. Grain cart. Needs 275 horsepower though. None of mine have that. Macdon header. Pickup header. Now that is tempting. Because then if I were to get a swather, I could boost my productivity, my yield per field by like 20%, I think. I don't even have to go with the expensive DLC one either now because BC Bueller has released his swather pack from FS22. This one will look familiar to Tilly. This is the one that we were using so much in 22. Well, it was the only swather available in 22. Well, there's also the tractor swathing, but I don't have a tractor with a... I don't have a tractor with a front 3-point, so I would have to reverse around the field. But I mean, a $40,000 header and like it's like 80,000, maybe more if if you get that one brand new. Yeah, it'd be like 52 plus 40, so it'd be like 92,000. But it's still less than 100,000, which, you know, is the price for just this piece of equipment. I should probably do that, honestly. That'd probably be worthwhile. Even if I have to reverse around the field with this one. It's 125 horsepower. Oh yeah, this one could run it perfectly fine. I wouldn't even have to use the cheaty one that has like 300 horsepower. But that would require doing a bunch of contract work to get the money together before harvest season. You know what? This one's quick and easy. Just gonna do this. Doesn't pay a huge amount, but it's quick and easy. And I get to drive a little frickin' skid steer. Meow.
Happy birthday.
It's not my birthday. Who the heck's been spreading these lies? It's not my birthday. Wouldn't mind celebrating my birthday again. I mean, you know what? Fair. Maybe, maybe I'll have to start doing those kinds of celebrations more often. We get a nice, nice little Christmas outfit for fun times. Haven't made any decisions yet. I'm just saying maybe. Maybe. Nothing has happened on Christmas. Yet. So tempted to actually get a bucket and collect these stones, but I know they're not going to be worth very much. Yeah, see, and as soon as I collect the mission, the rocks are back. Uh, you know what? No, screw it. I'll just do this upcoming harvest with the regular equipment, the equipment that I already have. I will. Halloween's an idea, yeah, because that's all about dressing up in, well, for adults anyway, it's all about dressing up in sexy costumes. Reminds me, I need to see if I have a good Halloween avatar. Can't remember what I used last year. Wait, yes I can. And she was very sexy. But also not so Halloween-y that I couldn't use her um for like regular stuff as well. Okay, nothing here this time around. We are end of April. Okay, so actually, should check. Okay, so I don't have. Don't have weeds in any of my fields. That's good. Is good. So yeah, we'll skip ahead to March now. Boop. No, I don't. I don't do Thanksgiving. Oh, that's for the containers, right? Okay. Better. Yep, nothing interesting. Ah, now there is weeds in that field up there. Okay. But, I mean, I can get stuffed any day of the year. Alright, I'm gonna move this tractor over there, I think, because it's a little bit in the way here. And the best part is, if it's just any old day of the week, rather than some kind of special holiday, people aren't going to be, well, I mean, they probably still will be expecting to, you know, get stuff for free, but it's easier for me to charge to let them stuff me on regular days rather than holidays. Holidays, people are always like, "Oh, it's a holiday. You should, you know, let me have fun with you for free." Nope, nope. Oh, that's a thought, though, Skyfer. Maybe something you could brainstorm for me. See if you can come up with some ideas. Um, I'm gonna want for me club when I get it up and running. Obviously, I'm going to want incentives for people to boost the server and for Patreons eventually. So I kind of need ideas for what can do for incentives. Shit. God damn it. There's still some weeds in here. Some of them... Looks like some of them were already up to the medium stage. That's annoying. Yep, that's very annoying. Okay. Yeah, just you know, try and keep in mind the theme of the club. Obviously, there's going to be some generic things that will cross over with the more regular style of clubs. You know, early access and whatnot, yada yada yada, but... Hmm. Exactly. That's the thing. That's my issue, is the whole coming up with some more unique type things. And obviously, you know, like I said, there's generic stuff like, you know, both server boosters and Patreons getting you know, early access to the events. I've already got plans for a special Patreon area in the club. And the idea being, for basically for any Patreon in that particular area, pretty much all the dances they get in there are going to feel more like the private dances, except, you know, they don't have to request them like other people do. It's just a perk of being a Patreon. They get that more up close, personal, private style of dance as default kind of thing. Obviously, I'm not... While I've told Vez what I want for the Patreon area in the map, because it's the kind of thing that kind of has to be there from the start, or at least planned for from the start. I'm not really planning on, you know, launching any kind of Patreon type thing straight away. That's not going to come until, you know, we've got a decent number of people in the server. I want to make sure that, like, whatever we come up with as incentives for it, we can actually do it effectively. You know, it's not much good having that, like, private dance area for the Patreons if we don't have enough dancers to even keep the main hall staffed, you know. Um, I mean, I wasn't planning to have it like super hidden like that, because I know Zenith, like for the longest time, I didn't even realize there was a Patreon dance area. And like even once I did, it's like hardly anybody ever goes up there, you know. I don't think even the Patreons realize it's there. Um, the area itself, like the entrance, is yeah. See, and I can't get to the EU ones because they happen while I'm at work. So, the general idea was that it was I don't really want the other guests to be able to see in. But at the same time, you know, having them be able to see like the dancers going in and out kind of thing from the Patreon area, and maybe probably having like some kind of promotion in the server with like images from the Patreon area so they can see what it's like. But yeah, so basically it's essentially going to be like a private booth along one side of the main room, with the entrance basically covered by curtains so people can't see in, so it's like a little private enclosed area. But it's, you know, it's not going to be like Zenith where it's just a door on the wall and it's like a teleport thing to a secret hidden area kind of thing. I don't want to do that. At the same time, I'm not particularly like, because well, I don't want to just leave it open for guests to just look in directly. A lot of that is honestly just because having it more enclosed makes it feel more intimate for the Patreons that are in there. You know. Oh yeah, absolutely. I've discussed with Vez about, you know, things to put in place to accomplish that. But yeah, no, the wanting to have it closed off with the curtains like that is honestly more for the intimate feel for the people in it, rather than preventing everybody else from seeing in, you know? It has that effect. But at the same time, I'm not concerned. I don't really care about going as far as Vinny did when he was setting up Shameless. So when Vinny set up the private rooms in Shameless, he spent a great deal of effort setting up a thing so that people would not even be able to use their mirror to see the people inside. You know? Because like normally if you set your personal mirror to show other users but not the environment, you'll be able to see other users like everywhere in the world. Vinny did actually set up the private rooms in Shameless so that that won't work. I'm not concerned about going that far. You know, if somebody frickin' is using their personal mirror to spy on the Patreon private booth, you know, whatever. They get to see what's going on in there. Okay, it doesn't give them the experience of actually being in there, though. If anything, it gives them more incentive because they can see it and be like, oh, damn, I want that. Maybe I should get Patreon. You know what I mean? It's just a Sky mods should be considered VIP Patreons. Yes, yes. Skyfer. Honestly. I mean, let's see, I've got, what, a grand total of, I think, 4 mods? I don't think Nick spends an awful lot of time in VR chat, because she doesn't actually have VR. Yeah, last time I met up with her in VR, she was in desktop, yeah. So, I don't think she spends an awful lot of time in VR chat. Junie, Junie's a very busy person. I know she has a VR headset because she used to do a lot of Beat Saber. But even back then, her PC used to struggle with VR, and I'm not sure if she's been able to get an upgrade since then, so... What else? Who else? Oh, yeah, Ninja. Ninja Chicken. Well, for one, he's Aussie, so he's got that crappy Aussie internet. Two, I don't know if he actually has VR or not. So, you know. Which means basically the only mod that would for sure be taking advantage of something like that would be you. Okay, let's have a look at that field now, see how much green is left in it. An annoying amount. Oh yeah, Judo. Well, Judo's a Discord mod, yes. He has not... He's not a Twitch mod. He's not a mod on the other site as either. The Blue Twitch. Well, I think I actually had I think I actually set up Sophie as a mod on the Blue Twitch, so it would count for her as well, except Sophie is a very busy person, and I think I've only actually seen her come to one of my clubs once. And that was only because it was a collab event with 13th Floor, and so it was happening outside of the usual times for most of my clubs, which actually allowed her to show up. For part of it, at least. She showed up part ways through. So apparently the using the weeder was a waste of time because I gotta use the frickin' sprayer anyway. Oop. Hey Jess, how would you feel about making playlists for a strip club? Uh, oh my goodness. I said, how would you feel about making playlists for a strip club? I kind of figure I really gotta start seriously thinking about actually recruiting some staff now. Just waiting until the server is 100% perfectly ready before I start looking around for people who'd be interested in getting the events off the ground. If you want to, yeah. So basically the way I was planning to have it set up was essentially, so a lot of it is going to be dancer's choice, essentially, because the way I want it set up is there will always be somebody on the main stage, and whoever's on the main stage has the option of having their own song picked, basically. Um, so what would happen is once we know who's going to be dancing the events, we would set up a stage rotation, basically. So like what order the dancers would be going up on the main stage. and then they can either submit their own song for their turn on the stage, or if they don't have a song, they can let the DJ pick one for them. And then basically it's just a case of, you know, putting all the songs in the right order to match the stage rotation. And then the next part I'm kind of iffy on. Part of me wants to go with VRCDN. The problem with that is you need a DJ there. Somebody who can actually access VRCDN and do all the playing and pausing and everything. The other option I was considering was to just make it like the DJ set it up as like a well, if we can find a video player that can handle playlists unlike ours, have the DJ set it up as a video like playlist, so that if the DJ is not able to make it for some reason, then all we need to do is just go to the playlist link, put it into the video player, and anybody can stand there and do the play pause thing at the appropriate times. But I'm not sure. I want to be as flexible as possible, basically. But I'm not sure if that's really viable for the music and the DJ and stuff. Yeah, the other thing I actually just considered as well, though, is YouTube videos might not actually be a viable solution at all anymore. Might have to go with VRCDN, honestly. Well, no, see, I wasn't talking about like entering each individual song into a slot on the player. I meant like creating a playlist on YouTube and then just pasting in the URL for the playlist. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, like, because there's always been that issue with like region locks and stuff. Like even though it's being played through VR chat, the region locks still affect people. So like if the video is blocked in their region, they just don't hear the music, which is not cool. But even more so now with all these new restrictions coming in, the age restrictions and all that stuff and yada yada yada, and it's like, yeah, it's just gonna make it harder and harder to actually use YouTube videos as a viable method of playing music in VR chat. Okay, I got an ad starting here soon, so I am going to run to the washroom. Yeah, We only got about another hour or so to go, so I'm gonna run to the washroom and yeah, I will. Oh, excuse me, BRB. Yeah, Tenchi. Tenchi's cool. Tenchi's Pog. I like Tenchi. Oh. Okay, we're into early May. It's... Yes, that's all been dealt with. Okay. Oh, yes, it's back. Hello, hello. Oh. Right. Check sales. Now it needs 300 or a spare. Dang. May in fact be interested. What kind of music you thinking? Well, strip club music. um, essentially the kind of stuff that you would probably do for like the lewd dance event, more than anything, or at least heavily leaning in that direction. Obviously, it doesn't have to all be exactly like that, but that's probably the general region that I would want it to be in. But as I said, assuming, assuming things work out the way I want them to, most songs will probably be picked by the dancers. Um, the biggest part where you would have to actually pick out songs would be for after the dance portion, because I was planning to do basically the same thing that we do at the lewd dance events, where after the actual main scheduled dance segment is finished, we then put on a playlist of some music and open it up for, whatever. If people still want to dance, there's music that they can dance to. If they want to, go into a private room or a booth and, get down, as it were, they can do that. Or, right out in the open where anybody can watch if they're a bit of an exhibitionist. Whoop. No Pokemon theme song? No, no Pokemon theme song, Skyfer. Looking for sexy music. Okay, we're into May now, third week of May. Don't really harvest ending until July. Yeah, like I said, the plan is to have a continuous rotation of dancers on the main stage. A lot of them are going to want to pick their own music, but if they don't want to, like they don't care what they dance to, or they don't have anything in mind that they can think of for dancing, then the DJ will be on hand to pick out a song for them, essentially. You might also get, like, people will say, well, I don't really have anything specific in mind, but I am partial to, you know, this style of music or this particular artist. If you can find something like that, um, you know. And then, as I said, after the main dance portion ends, we'll have the second half where it's more of a loot event and, well, more of an ERP event, honestly. And we just want music playing in the background so that, if people still want to dance, they can dance, and, otherwise they just do whatever. Um, shoot. Wrong button. The fun portion, yes. Boom. Yep, okay, good. Oh, okay, yeah, so the weeds will show up on top of the needs plowing state. Okay, good. I seem to remember in 22 they didn't do that. And like if it needed plowing, that would overwrite the weeds and you had to turn it off in order to see the weeds. Everything still looks good. Beginning of June, I get 2, 3, 4, another 4 sleep cycles. Yeah, I did check that. Good. Oop. Yeah, as far as like that portion goes, like the playlist for the second half, I'm not planning to put any real time limit on that second half. Like it's not going to be like, oh, well, you know, it's been an hour, second half is over, everybody go home. It's not going to be like that. It's basically just going to keep going until nobody wants to be there anymore, basically. So ideally, what I would want for that playlist would be one that is long enough so that it can be like just put on repeat and it won't be too annoying because by the time you get back around to the first song, it's been a good length of time, you know? I'm thinking maybe about an hour or thereabouts. Yeah. Yeah, somewhere in there. Hour and a half playlist, and then if we do end up going past that length of time and the playlist repeats, then it's been long enough since you last heard that particular song that it's not going to be too annoying, you know? Of course it's raining. Well, I'm not harvesting right now anyway, so it's fine. Everything's under cover, so that's good. It's not going to be taking wear and tear from the weather. And canola is ready to harvest. Oh. That's a little bit cheaty. And also I don't really have a tractor that can pull it properly. Oh. Okay, that one's still more. Right. Oh shoot, there's a tornado on the way. Well, that sucks. Let's work on getting the canola harvested. I think that's the more valuable crop. Oh, actually, I should probably get this repaired before I start on that, honestly. Make sure it's not going to drop below that 75% mark while I'm in the middle of harvesting. Hopefully. This is the other good thing about this map as well. Because the shop is right here, the repair bay is right here, and I don't have to worry about building one on my farm or driving all halfway across the map just to repair my equipment. I'll do a major service on this. It will... That will stop it from deteriorating as fast. Come on. What the hell? Move. There we go. That's better. This field's looking a lot better than that field over there, quite frankly. And that one oat field over there is ready to harvest as well, and then this one will be ready next month, which is right around the time things will be, well, right around the time we'll be able to start planting canola again. Oh, what the hell? Why has it suddenly done this stupid thing? Blah. Do 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 do. Boom ba doom. Boom ba doom. Oh, yeah, it is a nice song. Yeah, agreed. Mm-mm. 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 Do, 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 do. Yeah, this is just genuinely a nice map, honestly. I quite like this map. The fields are a decent size without being too big to really work with the smaller equipment like this. Although it does take a little bit of patience, obviously. And just, the nice little farm area down there. Granted, all of these buildings here, with the exception of the silo and the house, are ones that I placed down. I deleted the other stuff that was there and placed my own stuff. But just the fact that the little farmyard has enough space so that I could do that, and I could get, like, enough structures placed in order to have all of my, oh, for fuck's sakes. In order to have all of my equipment under cover. Which is actually important with the realistic weather mod installed, because any equipment that's not under cover when you get harsh weather will take damage. You found Femboys in the map yet? No, unfortunately not. I'm sure they're probably hiding just over those hills over there somewhere, maybe. They're playing hard to get because they know I'll ravage them when I find them. I mean, what? There we go. Yes, this one. I'll need the extra horsepower to pull the weight once the trailer has a significant amount in it. Ba, 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 ba. You heard Femboys? You mean you didn't read the title of my stream? There we go. Yeah, that's another mod I haven't installed, the manual discharge mod. I have to actually be in the harvester and press a button in order to start it overloading into the trailer. It doesn't just start automatically like it does in base game. I mean, that is kind of the meme, isn't it? Poland femboys. Lots of Polish femboys out there, apparently. So they say, anyway. Oh. Burp. You're talking about them last night? Oh? Really now? Totally not booking a trip to Poland. You know what? That's fair. I mean, honestly, even with the lure of femboys, I would be very hesitant about going anywhere in Europe right now, but you know, that's just me. Oh, talking about your collection, right? Have you added any new ones lately? Applications never closed. Fair, fair. I should maybe see about getting another femboy Avi. I did find one the other day while I was looking through some stuff that he looks pretty nice. And I'm not just saying that because he has a latex bodysuit either. Although that was definitely a big check mark in the plus column. This guy without booba, I mean, you know, some people like femboys. I want to be able to provide for everybody. And, you know, well, everybody willing to pay at any rate. Well, also, hello, Angel. How you doing? I think he said you do a femboy clothing / accessories tier list. Uh, hmm. Well, I mean, obviously, the thigh highs are going to be S tier. Followed closely by a skirt. Length determined by personal preference. Oversized hoodies. Mm-hmm. The skirts you're kind of on. I mean, that's fair. Booty shorts, then. Thigh highs and booty shorts. Mm-mm. And some both the skirt and the person. You know, that's fair. That's totally fair. Wonder if I'll be able to get the entirety of this field harvested before the tornado comes in. Also, no idea where on the map it's gonna spawn, but, you know. But I mean, at least that would be one field harvested. And no longer at risk of taking damage and having the tornado destroy crops. Yes, Skyfer, why are you looking shifty? Mm -hmm. I mean, the baggy hoodie is more of a comfy thing, you know. I don't consider it, you know, particularly sexy or anything. Mm. Now, if we were going for sexy for the top, probably have to go with something like a tight sleeveless crop top type thing. along with the thigh highs and the shorts, and then uh some freaking full arm gloves as well. I love my like opera length gloves. Full gloves or fingerless or even just arm warmers as long as they're like not baggy, just like skin tight. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ooh, yeah, the paw pads, yeah. The beans, the beans. Mm-mm. Dang, imagine not showing tummy. Oh, it's the wrong day for it at the moment, but imagine not showing tummy on a Tuesday. That's like sacrilege or something. Tummy Tuesday. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. A little bit of tummy as a treat. Uh, mm, hmm. Should probably get a windrower. Because honestly, this is a lot of straw windrows to be picking up with that self-propelled baler. I have to go up and down every single one of these. I should probably get a little windrower and like move them together into more concentrated rows. Mm. Mm. What? Why is everybody talking about squishing me today? What the heck? It's like the third person has just randomly decided they're gonna squish me today. What the heck? Apparently, I seem squishable today, yeah. Mm. Oh, I saw a kind of a lewd meme earlier today, actually, talking about things from behind. Um, there's a post by some woman who's saying like, you know, reverse cowgirl is a really unfair position because you get to watch my back arch and my booty jiggle, and all I get to see is your toes throwing gang signs at me. Oi. Oh, good night, Scaffer. Meow. Okay, it looks like we're gonna get this field at least harvested before the tornado kicks in. Mm. Boop. Mm-mm. Mm. Stupid piece of junk. You were switching over to this one when I didn't want you to earlier, and now you're not switching over to it when I am actually doing this field. Oh, I'm gonna need a plow for this other field over here as well once I harvest it. But I just need to lease a plow. I don't need to actually buy one. Because you really only need to plow after you do, like, generally root crops or corn, essentially. And I'm not planning to do either of those on a regular basis or at all at the moment, so I won't really have any need to plow the fields. I'll just be cultivating them. Well, I mean, like I said earlier, so far, pretty much all of my clients prefer to do the plowing. So, you know. Yep. We appear to be full. What the? Oh, that's what it's. That's what my pants are getting caught on. Okay. Blah. Oh, yep, here we go. Yeah, this is the thing. Even if the tornado doesn't strike here directly, it still rains while the tornado is doing its thing. So it means cannot really harvest. Let's see if we can spot it on the map. It's not anywhere visibly close to us, apparently, so. I don't really see it zoomed out here. We do. When I first came here, way back in like 2007, I was told that it was a significant tornado area. I have not actually seen one in the entire time I've been here, but apparently they are quite a thing around here. Not seeing the icon on the map. Interesting. Hmm. Now, usually, when the weather forecast says there's a tornado, there's usually a tornado. Hmm. And it should stand out. It should be blindingly obvious on the map because it's a red icon with a little tornado symbol in it. Not seeing it anywhere though. Which is damn strange. Damn strange. And speed up time a little bit so I'm not sitting here. Ah, there it is. Okay, it's tracking south well away from me. Excellent. So I just gotta wait until it finishes up and the rain stops and then I can start harvesting again. Oh, it's gonna go right through field 93 there. Glad I don't own that one. Yep. Oh, that one was harvested. Okay. 94 was ready to harvest. It didn't actually... Oh, wait, no. Swap. Okay, yeah, it did cut a swath through there. And now it's gone, off the edge of the map. Back down to 5 times. There we go. Right, helps us start the engine. There we go, now it's switching between fields properly. Merp. Although, you know, technically IRL, you would not go straight back to harvesting like this right after the rain. You would have to wait a day or two for the crop to dry out again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why depending on the time of year, you know, farmers will incessantly complain about the rain. In the spring and early summer, they'll complain that they're not getting enough. And then in late summer and fall, they'll complain that they're getting too much because it's stopping them from harvesting. It's also one of the reasons why, especially in places like actually here in Saskatchewan, it's still a popular practice to do swathing, where you just cut the crop and leave it lying on the ground in a windrow. And when you do that, you can actually cut it earlier than you normally would if you were just like doing this. And then it kind of ripens on the ground whilst also drying out. And the thing with that, and the reason why it's beneficial in places that have unpredictable weather, is because you can cut and swath a crop a lot faster than you can combine it. Like when you're doing it with a combine harvester like this, you have to maintain a certain speed in order for the processing systems inside the harvester to work properly. Like you can't go too fast, otherwise it won't properly separate out the grain from the chaff. And then you have issues. Whereas with swathing, you don't you don't need to worry about that. You just it gets cut, it gets put in a windrow on the ground, boom, done. And then you've kind of got two options. You can either put a pickup header on your combine and come along and pick it up straight off the field into the combine and process it and, do all the stuff. Basically the same as if you just had a regular header on the combine. Or you can actually just pick it up and take it to a stationary processing facility. But that route tends to be far more expensive, especially for, a farm that's probably already got a combine harvester on hand. There's no point spending all the money to build a stationary processing facility for the swaths when they could just get a pickup header for the combine and do it on the move. What crops could you do that with? I'm not sure the full extent that you can do it with IRL. But oh, hold on. I know in the game here, it will let you do it with wheat, barley, oats, canola. I think the soybeans are only because I have a mod installed. But basically cereal crops, sorghum, canola, essentially. Actually, I can find out for sure because I can go into the help thing here and basics and harvesting. Nope. Crops overview, improving yield, animals. Forestry, basic economy, miscellaneous. Interesting. I sworn there was a section in here on swathing. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Maybe it's over here. Nope. Oh, right. How do I... Apparently it doesn't have it in here anymore. Interesting. Could have sworn it used to have a section in here on swathing. Huh. Oh well. Yeah, all of your grain crops, wheat, barley, oats, sorghum, canola. I said I'm not sure about the soybeans. I think that one might be like the Swathing Plus mod that I have installed. That um, adds extra things that can actually be swathed. Also, the fact that I'm getting straw from this canola is also a mod, because base game, for some reason, they will not let you create a straw swath with canola. Despite the fact that it definitely has the visual of spraying chopped straw out of the back, it won't let you change that to dropping a swath like this. Which is crazy because straw from canola is quite popular for animals in the UK, at least. They grow a lot of canola and they'll take the straw and use it for animals. I'm not sure exactly what they use it for the animals. I think it's actually a component used for making the feed. And I think they prefer canola straw for that particular usage because it has added benefits over using like regular straw from wheat or whatever. At least that's the way I seem to remember it. Alright. Damn, good thing I'm using the tractor with all the extra horsepower. Even then, it's having trouble pulling this fully laden trailer up the hill. Yeah, I think those are the two main uses for straw when it comes to animals, is feed and bedding. Obviously, they don't just give them straight straw for feed. It's mixed in with other things. Like, when you do your total mixed ration for your cow feed in Farming Simulator, you're using straw, silage, hay. I think those are the main ingredients. Oh shoot, wait. I have... Crap. Might have missed the sell time for my soybeans. Oh no, July. But they're going down now. Because... Should have got them at the beginning of July, maybe. Hmm... Oh, decent price though. I can get like 41,000 for them at the grain mill. Soybean field seems to be coming along nicely. Wait, no, that's oats. Never mind. Dumbass. Yeah, because I had to plant... I didn't have a planter to put soybeans in there like I planned to, so... I did oats, and then... Once I harvest both of those oat fields, I'll be able to replant all 4 of them with canola. Because silly me forgot that you need a planter for soybeans instead of a seeder. And all I have is a seeder. A very old school broadcast seeder where it literally just sprays the seed out onto the ground. And you kind of hope for the best. Oh, shoot. Actually, I should, yeah. I should probably call it here, finish harvesting this field some other time. Because it is 10:40. And once again, I have to wake up at 4 a.m. to go to work. Because, yay, fun. I don't think we're gonna... Well, for Twitch, I don't think we're gonna worry about a raid tonight. And we'll just put my links up for anybody here who has not seen them a dozen times already. For YouTube, all the links to other stuff that I do can be found on my profile. I hope everybody enjoyed themselves tonight. If you're watching this as a video recording on the YouTubes after the fact, don't forget to do the usual like and subscribe stuff. And yeah, I hope everybody had a good time. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow. I'm thinking I'll probably do some more No Man's Sky tomorrow, which means I'll probably have to do PNG Sky rather than animated Sky. Wah. But yeah, hope you all have a good one, and I will see you then. Bye-bye!